Wajahmu tak akan terlupakan bersama berani. Oke, kamu tadi oke, welcome back to Livestream. Udah orderan jokian 5 quest, jadi sebaiknya langsung kita kerjakan aja. Langsung. Oke, karena aku facecam berarti kategori mute. Awo. Oke. Dan aman. Spotify nggak masuk, kita petah 10 tahun tak bisa melompat, ku mahir berenang. Oke, kemarin tuh di catatannya tuh pertama yang kita kerjakan adalah conquest dulu, Masquerade of Guilty. Kerjaan conquest dulu. Kamu tak Masquerade Hunters and Puppets. Nah, ini kita nggak ada fokus experience. Ente. Tangan dan panggil aku gajah, kau temanku, akan aku tak cerdas, aku tangguh. Salah. Oke. Situ pasti rela. Oke. Izin dulu. Maju kita dah. Kok kira gempa? Ini nggak ada fokus experience sih soalnya.
You're here, finally.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Wong.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions.
Tahun berapa?
There
Gue
should
main
have
tapi
been 4
ini sih
slates,
jokian
but one of
jadi ya
them was
sudah.
missing. The other...
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret
Halo bang, halo
investigations
Ajan.
into certain matters.
Selamat malam.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
So you've
waifu
been
nya lawe
watching me all
gila,
this
Cok.
time, have you?
You...
Waifunya lawe
Well,
gila,
since you
Cik.
know about my secret
Lawannya, Cik.
investigations, then you should know I'm actually
Waifunya
working
lawe
to take
gila.
care of it.
Waifunya lawe gila.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Sabar. Error. Caranya.
Just trust in me.
Game apa nih,
You're
Bang?
Archon,
Genshin
and do
Impact.
as I say.
Menawawi
Never mind
Agus
whether
nih,
you
Bos.
can truly convince yourself to or
Update
not,
dong. Waduh.
it'll all turn out fine.
Meskipun tidak
That's all
memiliki
I have
kedua
to
tangan,
say.
bro
We do
tetap
not
beraksi ya.
discuss this matter again.
Dan ini game apa, Bang? Ini VRP Genshin Impact, Genshin Impact.
The opera's about
Game
to
kikir.
start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh!
Sering dulu, guys.
You
Bentar.
noticed! Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
But Farina's seen
Bentar,
so
ini
many
act 4
trials,
ada
and
game
she's
ya.
really good at
Yaudah,
dodging
gue rugi
questions. How to make
satu
sure
quest.
that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties.
Halo Om, halo Noval. Selamat malam.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but
Tolong jangan
we
G.
must prevent the prophecy
Kalau
from
G
coming to
di G-Fi
pass.
aja, G-Fi.
This may be cruel,
Karena
to
G-Fi
but
sarang-sarang
all
G.
Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
that's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Gue ngejoki tapi gue nikmatin
How
story-nya,
about
yaudah.
you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Lagi main Genshin nih, betul. Sedang mengerjakan
Well
jokian.
then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This
Oh,
is a
setelah
good
tadi
chance
kakek
to
sibuk
practice.
ngebetikan lirik tembem yang
You
sempit
might
dan
even
menggigit.
pick up
Waduh,
some fancy
infokan
oratory
kayak siapa
tricks
itu,
to
kayak
impress your boss with in the future.
I see.
Desert Wind.
And what does my
Ini
boss say?
ada jokian. Kan pemain udah bertaska kan. Pantesan
He's
kamu juga
glad that
80%
you
gue
consider him
kerjain.
your boss. Do go on.
Dicek dulu itu desatan dan private-nya.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty
Kok
of
marah-marah Bang
Indonesia.
Maju Pilis? Udah selamat datang, nggak lanjut game yang tadi Bang, kalah mulu ya?
Today,
Enggak sih tadi,
Fontaine's monster
3
population
kali
has already
menang,
thinned
1 kali
greatly,
kalah.
so the hunters are
Cuman gue
flooded
males
back
aja
into society,
isinya
taking up arms in other
apa
lines of work.
blaming strike
They
anjir.
even left a unique methodology of
Main
hunting in their
sendiri
wake.
dia nggak ngekas sama timnya ya kan?
A trap comprises of the following components: bait,
Capek aja gue.
a trigger, and
Review
a
si
containment
montage sama
device.
Sinopal apa aja yang
Sometimes a
kurang.
lethal implement will also be necessary to
Pasan udah
deal
3
with
kali
prey.
kayak.
So,
Tapi aku masih lagi
if we
ngejoki
were to
kayak
build a trap
belum bisa
together,
kayak. Mohon maaf.
right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Our line of work requires a
Segini
dead
nyasar di
hand,
Indo.
and we're some
Wah,
of the
itu
best in the
sering
industry,
kesini.
so you can count on our techniques.
Cuman
You use
reviewnya
some of
dia
those
selalu
techniques
minta
while moving the people of
karakter
Bisa,
yang
don't you?
sama, nggak di
My
gua, nggak
subordinates
di
mentioned that
G5,
you even perform
terus
some
kadang di
magic
Diona
for the following
Violetsa.
Yes,
Sama,
and
jadi
I
gue
even
juga udah
managed to
tahu.
gather some intelligence
Udah
in the
ada nggak review
meantime.
akun kakek.
I'm
Sekarang
quite
gini
the
kayak,
multitasker, if I
kalaupun
do
saya
say so
misalkan saya
myself.
mau, bagaimana saya mereviewnya dengan
I'm
layar
afraid
depan
I can't
komputer
claim
gua
that
kayak
as
gini,
my
kayak.
strong suit. I
Nah,
prefer
kita
more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related
Oke, untuk
experience.
jadi koruptor. Waduh, jangan.
That makes sense.
Nanti aku bisa
You
pergi ke
usually solve
Bali.
problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you,
Jangan,
Monsieur.
kayak aku nggak mau nanti lapor LHKPN kayak.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind as always, if we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So,
Juga
are
di
we
koruptor
going
koruptor
hunting
di
together?
zaman pemerintahan sekarang
Huh.
langsung
We
habis
hadn't
harta
thought
gua,
of
Cok.
seeing ourselves as hunters.
Jangan
It
sampai
kinda
ketemu
works, but
emak-emak Indo nanti
maybe
di
it's
ulti
still not
tongkat
the best
sakti itu
metaphor.
sapu dan makan maut sendal. Waduh.
If our means of
Kayaknya
capturing and dealing with
kakek
our
udah
prey is to
kebal,
put them
Cok,
on trial, and the
dengan
hunting
hal-hal
metaphor
seperti
is
itu.
actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Kayaknya pada paham kan maksudnya itu maksud si klorin. Gue tuh udah spinner di Rusul habis. Oke, dia di bawah. Ini act 4 kan? Enggak nih. Act 5, act terakhir. Ini klorinnya C2, Cok.
Into the shadows.
Klorinnya C2, Cik. Ngeri. Pengalaman di review itu cukup. Aku lagi ngerjain jokian kayak ya ini ada uang dipertaruhkan di sini.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's
Udah,
hard to
habis
say.
cutscene ini deh.
Paimon
Tapi
doesn't
kakak
have
jangan
any
pergi. Gimana?
experience with this sort of thing.
Deal nggak kita?
But with you around,
Deal nggak
Paimon
kita?
sure will do great. After all,
Habis
you're the most
cutscene ini.
reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you
Deal
just
nggak kita? Tapi
poison
kakek jangan pergi.
Paimon didn't notice you
frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
What a strange conclusion. And yet even you feel confused. Consider me a passerby.
Oh, ini si vokalog,
Just
soalnya
accepting
vokalog.
a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the
Ini kalau
fate
misalkan
that
gue
the
bikin
gods
akun baru
perceive.
terus ngulang dari awal, bisa stres gue. Cucu kapitalis kakeknya selalu dijepit sama dede temen nggak minta bayaran lah. Lah,
What is she
kalau
talking
kalau
about?
begitu siapa
That
yang minta
sounds really
bayaran ya?
impressive and important and stuff, but
Siapa yang minta bayaran sebagai lelaki? Siapa yang nggak mau? Gitu loh. Apalagi kalau dibayar kayak kakek. Ayo. Oh, jangan cari akunnya Farah. Kenapa tuh?
I believe that you understand, right?
Siapa yang minta
Some
bayaran
things
kalau
are
dijepit sama dedek
insignificant,
tembem? Siapa?
But others, you must reach out to change.
Siapa?
Ultimately,
Tidak ada di
fate
dunia
shall
ini yang minta
serve
bayaran
as your
kecuali
only
Gigolo.
guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way.
the voice.
Parah bang, tantrum nanti. Hah?
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Kenapa Namona?
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view.
Kayaknya abis ini udah nih, abis ini kelar.
I'm glad to hear something sensible for once.
Udah tua masih saja
A
suka
route
muda
we
lah.
discussed before.
Lah,
I could
selama
try, but I'm afraid I
legal
couldn't reach the
legal
old pad.
age
Huh?
tidak ada salahnya kan? Lah, salah saya di mana? Wong saya
Goodness
suka kok.
gracious. Are you serious?
Akhirnya, jadi dedek temen butuh stamina dan butuh olahraga
Pretty
tiap
bold
hari
if that's
cukup.
Paimon.
Makanya itu
Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing,
kan
right?
tidak perlu bayaran, tetapi untuk menjaga
The
stamina.
Hexen Circle members are
Gitu,
certainly
kayak.
anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, but I've never met her,
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
Well, it's not like Paimon
Ini
can understand
permasalahan
anything
Hexen
she said.
Circle aja belum selesai.
Yes, she was
Kita udah
quite
pindah
threatening,
region.
but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Permasalahan Hexen Circle aja belum kelar. Kita udah pindah region.
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally
Olahraga
think
untuk
of
mulut,
steering clear
waduh.
of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Pejabat aja hanya cuma tidur di gedung
Paimon
bayaran
feels
gede
kinda
cucuku.
moved by what
Aku
Mona
juga
said,
mau.
but
Tapi modalnya
also kinda
gede,
sad,
kayak
too.
saya tidak punya 2 miliar.
Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city,
Ah,
shall we?
sesuai janji kayak kita ayo. Ayo, sudah janji dah. Ayo. Sembat kakek gue nih. 865 862 637 594 New Pilot and Akle. Here we go again with another Tata that I don't know. Kita mulai dengan Akle. Apa sama Alekino? Iya siap kayak siap. Alekino 18.000 attack 2000 71 21 212 1/3 constant 0 weapon oke. Artefatnya bagus. Ini attack lebih ke arah defense oke. Untuk bulunya bagus, untuk bunganya bagus, defense tapi nggak apa-apa karena nyawanya tipis banget cok. Artanya cukup clean, tipis tapi nyawanya, tapi defense-nya lumayan gede. Berarti dia ininya di HP. Nah gini udah bagus, kita langsung ke New Pilot. Bang Ayah praktek biologi. Waduh, nggak dulu bang. Untuk New Pilot 37.000, 45 32 tapi 36 80 327. Oh ini dulu yang New Pilot di artinya di Kiara ya. Kirara ya, sorry kok Kiara sih. Signature Tom Mare Hunter. Bulunya anjir 24 cok. 21 di atas 20 semua dia. Ini nah ini main di sini tapi nggak apa-apa ada IR nya dia nggak IR issue ya. HP bagus. Oh kan ini di atas 20% semua bagus ya tuh. 20% HP. Dia HP jadi main full HP bukan hydromic bonus. Constant no. Overall bagus ya kayak. Udah bagus paling untuk Alekino-nya nyawanya tipis tapi tadi defense-nya cukup gede ya dia 964. New Pilot juga udah bagus. Dia HP-nya 37.000. Tapi kalau bisa apa ya? Coba gini deh. Ini kan HP-nya kan kalau misalkan kita udah nggak pakai yang hydrodynamic bonus yang di gobletnya kan pasti HP-nya turun kan. Tapi kalau main double hydro kan HP-nya kan naik. Nah coba kakek bandingin antara satu pakai goblet yang hydro sama satu yang pakai HP. Dia outputnya lebih gede yang mana? Tapi mainnya dengan solo ya. No buff food, no buff Kazuha, no buff utility dari Bennett, apapun itu. Coba dibandingin dengan musuh yang sama kayak misalkan Helical gitu loh. Biasanya sih gue kalau misalnya mau ngebandingin build cocokan misalkan pakai lebih bagus sama pakai attack persen ataupun pakai misalkan hydrodynamic bonus, biasanya gue coba dengan satu musuh tuh loh. Astaga, karena kita bahas tentang yang tidak berguna dan akan mending kita bisa berfaedah dan berada di jalan yang benar. Buset. Pasan tadi kita membahas hal yang benar, membahas build pakai Sugi. Nah untuk itu tadi kakek balik lagi ke pembahasan gue, coba dicoba dengan musuh yang sama. Jadi kita bisa menemukan perbandingan yang apple to apple. Jadi kalau misalkan emang HP ya berarti mainnya dah harus dipakai. Cuman kalau misalkan kakek ingin nyoba-nyoba itu nggak ada salahnya ya kan, udah ayak tinggi juga. Jadi kayak artefak, untuk mencari artefak it's not an issue. Jadi ya untuk Alexino-nya HP-nya tipis, jadi gue agak ragu, tapi gue asumsikan lo punya shielder bagus atau dengan timing yang permainan Alexino yang baik. Jadi ya seperti itu. Oke, dan sebenarnya build itu kalau kayak untuk karakter kayak New Pilot tuh relatif sebenarnya sih, tergantung, balik lagi tergantung pilotnya. Apakah Pak Pulka dapat 30% damage bonus terus dapat hydro damage bonus kalau sama Furina? Nah kakek tadi punya Furina kan kalau nggak salah, berarti memang harus main sama Furina ditambah dapat double hydro buat naikin HP-nya dia. Betul. Nah, itu tadi yang gue omongin tuh perbandingannya New Pilotnya sendiri.
But my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, Do not fear, for the journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so... seriously? Well, fine.
Tapi untuk
Those headlines
Cang
and
Natlan gue
photos
skip
look
dulu ya,
cool,
gue
so
nggak
Paimon
ngerti.
will forgive her this time.
Karena gue Nathan kurang fokus. Kalau nggak salah itu kepala kakek dapat apa mengademi kalau dapat buff Furina sama Kazuha. Nah, tadi kalau dapat buff Furina and Kazuha. Tadi gue ngomongnya kalau dia sendiri, literally solo. Gitu. Bagusan yang mana? Nggak ada salahnya juga mencoba-coba. Nah kan sekali lagi kalau udah higher tinggi kan artifact fragment is not an issue. Contohnya.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's get...
One slice of cake, please.
Ah, shit.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Ngapain solo kalau ada saat paling? Enggak, maksudnya bukan ngapain solo. Solo itu buat dijadikan
Oh, are you here to buy
patokan
cake
perbandingan.
too? It seems
Bagusan
Monsieur
pakai
Nolet was
hydrodynamic
right.
bonus
You really
atau
can
XP
eat.
gitu loh. Kan gue ngomong sebagai patokan perbandingan. Gitu loh.
Wait, did he
Ngerti
really
nggak
say
apa yang
something
gue
like
maksud
that?
kayak
That's right.
patokan
Even he
perbandingan
has his own
bagusan pakai yang
preferences when it
mana.
comes
Itu
to
pun kalau
food.
kau mau
As
mencoba.
for me,
Kan
I
gue
love
ngasih
the cake and
masukan.
coffee here.
Itu.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No.
Itu loh,
It's the same
dijadikan
for
sebagai
eating
sebuah
in
perbandingan
general. You
gitu
might
loh.
not be able to eat
Kalau lu
tomorrow,
pengen
but
iseng-iseng
if you can do so
gabut
today, then
gitu
you should
misalkan
carry
kayak
on.
gitu loh dan
That's
maksud
what people
gue.
call living, you know.
Bukan nyuruh lu solo, enggak. Apain solo punya sopan.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in.
Kalau soal nada pun nggak ada damage walaupun nadanya 10 kali. Ya kan solo. Nah, aku ngomong new pilot. Yang kita bahas tuh new pilot kayak new pilot. Nopal. Kayak novel.
It's more delicious than last time.
Astaga Tuhan Yesus
And the
Kristus.
flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Dengan kalau misalkan kalau Anda mau, ya kan? Kalau Anda tidak mau ya udah bebas atur. Gitu kayak gitu.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have it checked.
Anjir C2 gacor.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You got some nerve.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're almost
Kakek nggak mau main
easy
solo.
to win
Iya,
with
ya
Paimon.
udah,
I
ya
would
udah
journalist
nggak
with
mau main
ulterior
solo.
motives.
Kakek maunya main
You'll be in
rame-rame
trouble now,
berempat,
you know.
berlima, berenam, ya kan. Dihimpit oleh dedek-dedek tembem.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a
Siapa yang
sudden?
tidak mau?
Were you looking for me?
Siapa yang tidak mau?
A friend of ours met you a while back.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Nah,
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Ooh, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, but anyway, that's my answer.
Nggak, teman tidak menghimpit tapi mencubit dan
so
menggigit.
nice.
Ya,
All of a sudden,
apapun
Paimon
itu,
actually kinda envies her.
intinya bersama Dedek Tembem.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Intinya bersama Dedek Tembem.
Sea
Alamat,
breeze
cik.
and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so you mean still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ayo bang, kita ini eksekusi Kelos bang, biar cepat kelar bang.
Feels like it'll grow
Ya temen nggak mau
old
bersama
if we
kalau nggak
stay
dibayar
long
cucuku.
enough. But it's
Lah,
still better than the Fortress of Mirapede,
aku yakin
that's for
kakek
sure.
membayar tidak
It's not
menggunakan
only
uang
damn
kek.
fair, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
I agree.
So what happened after that is Farina...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about the situation, but...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Ah, is that so?
Oke. Saya berhasil guys.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know and as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but when Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too.
The Dolphers, ada jokian dulu le. Kita kerjakan dulu yang menghasilkan uang le.
Poisson, here we come.
Sedang menghasilkan uang aku. Nanti dulu ya. Biarkan aku menghasilkan uang dulu le. Baru kita DF.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Ini tinggal penghakimannya kan.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Does they even dare to tout their Archon? I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person. That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her. This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it, just now? It all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Cher, my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, if that's the case...
Hindi nakakasumanda sa yun ang maksud niya. Yoy. Oh. Damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? I just
seen the Archon
surrender to a human?
I don't know. Give him 500,000 rupiah and I will play it right now.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh. It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Aku Sofia mending beli naskah kok jadi ngidam. Bro, are you pregnant?
I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
That mother thumbnail.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most
Bob, I'm not a
outrageous
girl.
and fantastical
Dan kenapa lu
arcs
ngidam
known
kalau
to
lu
the
bukan
opera
cewek?
epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting
I don't
super
talk in
dramatic,
slay language.
she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I want to say something, one word, or maybe 2 or 3 words, but I wouldn't do that because I am a good person.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Kita, what's up, homie?
Is that so? Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rasula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover,
Good
according
person
to my
untuk orang yang
understanding and
ucapkan
analysis of you,
tanggal untuk
when
ketemu
something like that
bapakmu
occurred, you would
saat
likely
main
flee the
Minecraft itu
scene
cukup
and head to Poisson
Bro,
by
you
yourself.
started first, man. You called me just juice and a freaking kontrakan pink. You call me a monkey. Lu nggak inget? Hah? Gue orangnya nggak akan mulai
We
sebelum
arranged
orang
for a
lain tuh
second
mulai
group
duluan.
to lie in wait there.
Ada sebuah kata-kata pembalasan akan lebih kejam daripada perbuatan.
So, you mean...
You just
the
call me a
ones
monkey
who
back
scoured
then.
the settlement for me were also from the Spina.
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epicles, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Okay, I spilled my tea. Fuck it
You're
burns. Wah, yaudah, kan lu yang mulai duluan ya. So, ya.
Of course,
There's
this performance was only made
consequences.
possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I
Tanya berapa
appeared
banyak
on the
image
stage,
Farina di
the
galeriku.
trial may commence
It's
without
for
a hitch.
science.
Am
Bro.
I right?
Gue lebih tahu ada orang yang galerinya di Farina lebih banyak daripada lo. Dan mungkin lebih parah daripada lo.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh? Is that so? It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Tiefler. What do you mean it's
The
Tiefler?
stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
I know what to do.
The
3.14
prosecution and the
mon.
defense
Get
are
it?
both in
Cause
position.
P
The trial shall
time.
now begin.
No. I don't understand. Because I'm bad in math. I got like C in mathematics. when in junior high school.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans
But
to
you have a
struggle
good
to
point.
understand the
I don't know why
actions
you
of a
become
god.
smart right now.
However, you will need
All
more
I know
than
Farhan
that
is
to
like a
convict
fat
me
ass
of a crime.
who like to eat his brother and make city set.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
I'll take minimal F. Bro, it's worse.
Instead,
F means
I would
fail.
like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but...
Charge accepted.
Charge accepted. Alright, wait, watch me cook. Watch me cook, chat.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
No, F mean fantastic, yeah, fantastic failure, you fat ass. Farhan, F mean Farhan fat ass. Ahaha, jokes on you.
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe
This
that
time,
common
I'm the
sense
one
will
who lit the
prevail
fire
in
on
this
Farhan,
case.
not
Many of the
him
members
who
of
lit the
audience
fire
have
on
known
me.
as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That doesn't sound...
Meeting nih.
First
Kok agak arogannya Farina? Emang arogan kan Farina?
long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina is actually
Gua
human?
tunjukin rumah sudah jadi dan siap huni.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not
Ya,
impossible.
auto dulu guys.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have
Kali
served the
ini
nation
rumahnya
of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera
Oratrice
house,
Mécanique
or
d'Analyse
consider
Cardinal.
the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon.
Ng 25,000 rupiah kalian bisa beli denda untuk
Ordinary
roasting.
citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly
Oh,
demonstrate
shut
the
up.
formidable power of an
Butuh
Archon?
berapa ribu tahun, cok, buat itu lunas.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives.
Farina ngelesnya pintar
Have
banget,
you
cok.
ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. That doesn't sound...
Nah, itu dia, benar.
It has been
Gak mau kalah be like.
that
Bener.
all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see
Point
any
spoke.
more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Oh, tidak kena counter.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used for...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give
Well,
me such
I'm kind of
cold,
sleepy right now, but
disdainful
this is money.
What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I really am your Archon!
Nah. Nah. Tapi akhirnya ada efek dia nangis loh, dari yang sebelum tahun lalu, yang sebelum update nggak ada efek dia air mata.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Blood is desperate. Blood is desperate. Nah, don't say that, bro. SMS aja malak.
According to the judgment of the
Oratrice
Oratrice
Mécanique
Mécanique
d'Analyse
d'Analyse
Cardinale.
Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Damn, that's not good actually. What do you mean? Not good.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Gimana tadi, Bang Dino? Oh, saya juga kurang tahu itu. Coba ditanyakan ke Bang Nopal. Kayak Bang Nopal tadi saksinya.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Gua getok pala
It
lu.
has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
I forgot this step,
The
bro.
first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
Nah, gue lupa deh. Ini kan ini kan Oceanid, ya kan?
That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. Perhaps what is about to take place has all the true sin of the Hydra and the original sin. The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into the fortress of Meropide. If we hadn't dealt with it...
At least 2 benar.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist, their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now, but then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death.
This really might be too much information for your rate.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans. They have not been dissolved. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Melompat served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Here we go again.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view...
Kepencet.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers!
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time. Reloading.
Q, help me.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I'm... Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Ready.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Let me leave you alone.
Wait, I need to do this the formal way. Hold up.
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of
Yeah.
it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but so how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Go Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of...
I see. It's as I thought, then. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder.
Rp180.000 since 20 century, 20 abad, dengan mengulangi peristiwa yang sama setiap harinya. Siapa yang gak bosan?
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds
200 tahun,
more.
sorry. Sudah 200-an tahun. Beberapa generasi juga.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Kalau misalnya masih ada yang nggak ngerti, coba nonton SpongeBob yang episode dimana Squidward pindah, yang banyak sama kumpulannya, yang banyak yang di rumah batu itu, terus dia ngulangi kejadian yang sama setiap hari. Lama-lama Squidward bosan.
Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that— But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Ini kalau dia balik badan ke arah kita, serem jatuhnya.
If that's the case, she's right. I could confide in her, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Is it such an
Bisa tadi
outrageous
ngerjain
thing
tuh
to
quest.
do anyway?
Sebenarnya nih
To find someone
Joki
in
Faris.
whom you can confide
Joki
your
ngerjain quest.
frustrations and sorrows?
Sekalian kita merewind salah satu menurut gua Archon quest yang ceritanya sangat bagus, Masquerade of Guilty.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Dengan animasi 2024 yang udah diperbarui ya, soalnya pas masih 2023 masih agak kaku. Pembagusan prototype Ember atau katalis event atau
No, I have nothing to say.
buat apa?
I am Farina, the
Prototype Ember.
Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to
Karena
do,
nambah HP.
dear spectator,
Salah satu
is to
substitusi yang
witness
cukup
my
bagus
performance until the
untuk
curtains
nopal
fall.
foto Ember.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Dan saya udah mau rilis saya, jangan gitu cowok, buru amat.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
Wah, Natlan belum nyentuh
Yes?
Samsak, cok. Jangan nanya dulu dong.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Magify pernah mau rilis. Jujur gue kurang tahu. Tapi yang gue tahu sekarang mau lebih fokus ke quest Natlan dulu ya. Scene paling gue suka.
So the Oratrice's call for death
Kalau
was
gue
for
sih lebih
neither
ke arah
Farina
ceritanya
nor
sih.
Focalor, but for the
Tapi Farina
Hydro
udah
Archon.
sampai ratusan tahun.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent,
Sebelum
you must be.
Mascot of Guilty ceritanya ada, gue tuh jengkel banget sama Farina. Tapi ternyata dibalik hal yang membuat dia seperti itu karena dia terpaksa untuk melakukan hal itu biar orang-orang Fontaine tuh percaya kalau dia itu Hydro Archon. Jadi siapa yang bangsat? Orang-orang Fontaine. Karena apa? Haus akan drama. Akun quest yang agak beda, betul.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Lagunya itu loh. Tapi sayangnya ini berpotensi untuk copyright karena background vocals atau Furina itu mau versi apapun, bahkan yang udah dirilis secara official oleh Oyo, bahkan kemarin pas event yang main gitar atau apa gitu, itu ada lagunya Furina, tim songnya Furina itu kena copyright. Jadi ya stream ini kalau misalnya mau copyright, gue mohon maaf, pasti akan gue mute.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Don't cry.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process
Wajar
of
sih, Bang.
pursuing human
Iya.
existence
Mau
itself.
bagaimana lagi?
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Main akun quest Nathan berasa hampa kalau lihat Fontaine. Permasalahannya begini. Kalau yang gue permasalahkan dalam akun quest Nathan sebenarnya nggak jelek, nggak buruk. Tapi apa yang bikin kurang? Gue kan main pakai dub English. Nah, voice actor English itu lagi kena strike atau bahasa Indonesianya kayak mogok kerja. Jadi banyak karakter yang gak ada voice actornya, jadi malah jadinya apa? Hampa. Sedangkan saat pembuatan quest Fontaine itu tidak ada gangguan sama sekali. Jadinya kita sebagai user, sebagai konsumen, jadi gitu. Gue untuk Jepang buat gitu doang. Soalnya sekali lagi ini bukan permasalahan negara Hoyonya, tapi vendornya itu. Jadi mereka itu nge-voice itu per job, jadi dibayarnya tuh per job, bukan kontrak. Nah kalau untuk JP gue kurang ngerti.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fossalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here.
Let's enjoy this.
For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Jauh. Bang, lu mau jadi Archon Hydra mumpung kosong. Jiran. Aku bukan perempuan, Ci.
What just happened?
Yes.
Has the death sentence been carried out?
Kita lagi, coy.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Pakai autoclicker bahaya nggak bang? Bahaya.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution
ada
has
chance
come.
untuk ke band. Karena kan buat nge-skip quest terus buat bikin reroll akun ya. Kenapa auto clicker bisa bikin kena ban? Karena banyak orang tuh pengen akun yang questnya udah sekelar tapi filmnya itu banyak gitu. Gua aman aja, belum aja.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Wind strike!
Into the shadows.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Let's light it up.
Gua mananya udah 2 minggu lebih pakai. Ya terserah kalau emang belum ke ban, kita anggap aja puji Tuhan ada dulu.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Let me lead you. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Fallen leaves, adorn my... Into the shadows. Hunt them down.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
.com ChatGPT, Cheer.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Dia tambahin ChatGPT, Chat. Thank you, Bang Mulis.
Exactly.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree.
Belum, saya adalah seseorang tidak bisa makan. Ada yang bisa saya bantu.
Just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all...
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe
ChatGPT, apakah saya
him?
boleh tidur? Tidak.
Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Tidak. Tidak boleh. Tidak boleh. Tidak boleh tidur. Tidak boleh tidur. You shall not sleep.
Foul?
Ya, tentu saja Anda boleh tidur yang sangat penting untuk kesehatan dan kesejahteraan Anda. Pastikan Anda tidur yang cukup setiap malam untuk menjaga tubuh dan pikiran Anda. You shall not sleep.
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle.
Oh, so you do know that name. But I suppose you understand now, yes?
Wait, didn't you also mention a
Actually, never mind that. That the all-devouring such royally as such. In other words,
hasilnya
the
belum
prophecy
kelar
that you've
juga
been
setelah
fretting
udah
over
ganti
should
kena
now be in
plan.
full swing.
Okay,
Not to
Night
worry.
Before.
Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
Are you right? We're safe.
The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Svina Divasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies. Our residents are hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report?
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here too, Claire?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
You done? Oh, crap.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
This is my first time being interviewed, and I...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind, sir.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Kalau tidak tahu kapan harus berhenti. Tapi nama soal jurnalis ya begitu. Lu kalau nggak gitu ya nggak makan. Ya.
Ready. Loaded.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
Trick a friend. I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Nah, not us.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest event.
That's alright.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neuvillette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Ready.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Into the shadows.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign! But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function, but as such it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke to Linny earlier, we guessed that there might be some reason for it.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains?
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To live in itself is a blessing.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't...
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that—
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
A duel is a battle of wills, and the sword an extent.
Nggak bisa yang ini.
Of the duelist's spirit. If your heart recoils in fear, then your sword may as well be in its... Because you will not win.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Time to ganti akun. Ta-na-na. Ganti akun akhirnya. Dia hampir 3 jaman gue buat ngerjain Mascot of Guilty. Terakhir Quest Fountain, akun Quest Fountain. Finally. Udah ke akun sendiri. Wah. Dulu ngeluh selalu nanyain kapan update sekarang anjing. Banyak tuh quest dulu tuh pas gue buka aja, where will the journey will take you. Sekarang banyak. Besok cok. Besok juga sama ya. Damn it. Sial kemarin. Besok. Ih. Hah.
About to get dicey. Quietly.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu. Take flight.
Busted. Quietly now.
My apologies.
Pakai super bloom aja lah.
Allow me.
Terminate!
Everyone hold your positions.
Scanner!
Let's move out. Hold the line. Hey! Follow my strength. Share my knowledge.
Propagate!
Allow me. This dance is for you. Covenant of the Deep. Everyone hold hands.
Terminate!
The Temple of Wisdom. I see everything. Dance with the waves.
Dak, ChatGPT apakah harta bisa kuku? Why am I dealing with this shit right now? Glory, glory, fan united. Oh ya, maaf. Soalnya kan Siti lagi di bawah awok. Kelihatan tuh ini. Jujur gue dulu fans MU.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra. Thank you for
Katanya harus di puncak dulu bang biar kedinginan. Anjir bang Rifki only 2 akun. Ngerikan.
Deep breath, as if you're about to
Ya,
blow
kita
up
ganti
a
akun
huge
lagi.
balloon. Exhale all your sleepiness into it. State your business here. Rest and revamp! Out of my way!
Clouds high. The birds come into the wind. Scatter.
The bond is strong.
Here you are.
Stand with me.
One with nature. Defract!
Lightning Purify! Avant Wind Strike!
Torrent, bring refuge! Allow me!
Flicker.
Stand with me!
As one with wind and cloud! Into the wind!
Rest and rebuild!
This way!
A process of elimination.
Allow me!
Here you are.
Hold the line!
Wind strike!
Our bond is strong! Out of my way!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Stand with me!
Rest and rebuild!
Scatter!
Bang, kapan lo channel player curut? Player curut dak, player curut. Tadi apa, siapa yang nyanyi tadi Russian Anthem? Lanjutin. Bukan of the itu Jerman. Erika. Kalau ada Kinich, kerjaan gua akan lebih gampang 100%. Sayangnya kita harus mengandalkan burung. Bekerja. Sebaiknya simpan idemu itu ya, Mido. Terima kasih.
Add Astro. Add Astro. Thank you for The threads of your fate lie in my...
Want me to come along?
Destiny has brought me hither. Cry out my illustrious name.
Time to go.
Follow the wind.
Hold the line.
Here you are.
I'm getting
Jangan gegabah Medu.
Wind follow
by royal decree.
Happy to apply.
New punching.
One with nature.
Let's move out. Let's move out. Odds reveal.
One with wind and cloud.
With
kata-kata gua tuh.
Curses. There's sand in my shoes.
Into the wind. The wind knows me.
Here you are.
Itu jahat sih, itu jahat sih.
Into the wind. The wind knows me.
Allow me.
The process of elimination.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Q, halo. Ijak, selamat datang. Mati. Badut, ups, badut. Gak dipencet attack-nya, badut lu, ups. Alah, goblok. Anjir.
Follow the wind.
Rest and rebuild.
Badut anjing. Goblok. Aku sih kan akunnya kaki. Ya gue mah gak peduli anjir. Udah maksudnya caskanya. Udah level 80. Yang penting enggak, gua kan tugas gua kan ini dulu. Ini sumerunnya dia dulu ya kan, desertnya tuh. What the fuck? Masih level 80 sih Jo. Jadi masih belum ini. Makanya kalian minta bunganya Caska. Iya, udah diambil semua. Udah ke world gua juga. Iya.
By royal decree,
Clouds high, the birds call, one with nature.
Allow me.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Oz, reveal!
Wah, nge-lag. Sebentar. Masih gua ngambil lagi aja, Bang. Ya juga ya. Belum di luar tugas gua. Tak. Mau nge-lag. Tapi OBS aman. Bentar, pengen muter.
Wait.
Ngapain ambil di tempatmu ya, Mijat?
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain? By royal decree.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Scatter!
Bikin balasan desa tamu sama Fed tuh ininya lapis-lapisan atasnya itu.
Into the wind.
Oz, reveal by...
Here you are.
Cry out my illustrious name. By royal decree.
Bentar lagi adanya ke ada yang ada di friendlist juga. Oh oke. Kalau dibutuhin lagi sih JKL. Belum selesai sama karya gua.
Brings a smile to my face.
Welcome. Odd reveal by Rust and Revamp.
The process of elimination.
Lah kadut yang muncul.
Time to go to work.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Allow me.
Now you're testing my patient will.
Wind strike. Time to go.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Time to go. Time to go.
Here you are.
Odd reveal by hold the line.
Flicker. Here you go.
Time to go.
Brings a smile to my face.
By royal decree, I summon. Allow me.
As one with wind and cloud.
Deflect!
Time to go. Brings a smile to my face. Time to go. One with nature. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Hold the line.
Wind strike.
The process of elimination.
Temen gue boker ngap. Hah? Gimana caranya? Gimana caranya, Acong?
Here you are.
Udah, lu ke WC sembari putar stream ini. Anjing ngetes doang. Nanti lu ngetik, gue sembari ngobrol sama lu. Sebuah ide yang bagus bukan? OSC ular. Ya udah kelar main ngap cebok, oke. Yang bersih ya.
Allow me. Let's move out.
I won't hold you back. Adventure time. Let's light it up. Off we go. Let's light it up. Off we go. Now that's what I call treasure. Adventure time.
All is accounted for. Let's move out. Uphill battle.
Here you are. Quicker. Don't let any of it roll away now.
Oz revealed.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Scatter!
Hold the line.
Here you are.
By royal decree, rest and read it.
Defract! Here you go.
Follow the wind.
You are not welcome here, fellow. A process of elimination. Here you are. flicker. Here you are.
Welcome,
For trouble.
As one with wind and cloud.
Hold the line.
Scatter.
Meet again.
Bang. Hello.
Welcome.
Looking for trouble?
Allow me.
Now let's end it now. We'll meet again.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Insubordination.
No rest for the wicked.
A fateful offering.
By royal decree.
clouds high, the birds call. Into the wind.
Hold the line.
The front. Flicker.
Here you go.
Oh lagi bang.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Oh berarti gue juga diremehkan. Oke. Just main maaf rival barang dong. Jir gue nggak ada storage space kan. PC gue lagi full. Ini di mana? Di Steam kah?
Your coming was foretold. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. Bloom as the flowers in Guravan.
Well now.
Oh shit mati.
Calculated.
Hold the line.
Happy to oblige. Heartless.
Pokoknya lupa gue ngadain kokomi.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Juga di Steam free. Iya, masalahnya bukannya gue nggak mau. Storage space gue nggak ada kan? Penuh PC gue. PC gue lagi penuh. SSD gue lagi penuh anjir, kurang ajar emang. Upgrade lah, duitnya entek kan.
That's close That's enough. The wind knows it.
By royal decree, rest and rebuild.
Here you are.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Nggak ada uang kan ada ginjal. Gak ada uang kan ada ginjal. Ginjal lu gue pakai uang nggak? Ginjal lu kan gimana kan? Deal? Apa tuh? Apa tuh? Apa tuh?
Fateful offering. I follow the wind.
Happy to oblige.
New punch bag.
Lu main Genshin lagi kan? Ini kan ada PS kan lu kan?
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Clouds high. The birds calm. One with nature.
Allow me.
The process of elimination.
Let's move out. Rest and rebuild.
Time to go.
Oz, reveal that. Hold the line.
Flicker.
By royal decree.
Fallen leaves adorn my.
Scatter.
Let's go out. Ooh, will we find any firework materials in here?
Behold, the
reveal the thrust rebuild.
Wind strategy. Here you are.
A process of elimination.
Mulai dah. Masuk kebingungan mulai di sini.
Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. That hurts. Time to go.
By royal decree.
As one with wind and cloud.
Deflect.
Can't run from death.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Wind strategy. Brings a smile to my face.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Here you are.
By royal decree.
Mein Fräulein, should you...
Allow me!
The process of elimination.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night, Windstrike!
Permanence of the deep! A brash maneuver! Rest, rebuild!
By royal decree.
Cry out my illustrious name.
Time to go.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
Time to go. Yeah.
Huh?
The wind knows me.
Gonna be epic.
adventure time. Off we go. Now that's what I call treasure.
You are not welcome here.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
What the? Regret.
By royal decree.
Wind Strider.
Here you go.
Odds for field fight.
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Here you are.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Scatter!
Don't let any of it roll away now. Is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Everybody stand back! Huh? What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain? By royal
The process of elimination. Here you are.
Reveal thyself! Cry out my illustrious name.
The wind knows me. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering? Time to go. Time to go. Time to go. Follow the wind. Time to go.
Kami kalah anjir. Bang susah amat dah.
Here you are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Aduh. Desert.
Wind Strider. Time to go. Time to go. Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering? Time to go. Time to go. Fallen leaves, adorn my night into the wind.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Deflect!
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Dia 93%.
Curses. There's sand in my shoes. No.
We'll need a strategy.
Here you are.
Flicker.
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Like a lamb looking for trouble.
Claws reveal. Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. I summon thee. Destiny has brought me hither.
One with nature.
Here you are.
A new punching bag.
Don't let any of it roll away now.
Kayak gua. Oke, thanks for watching, adios.